what I'm going to call the Saturday segment. I've been kind of dealing with some interesting things in my personal life too that you really probably don't need to know about. On Kick, it's called. It should be Situational Saturday. I think I updated it. Yeah. Alright. I was going to call it Saturated Saturday, but then I figured that name was terrible. Because it imply that I was drinking in the morning, and I'm not a morning drinker. I don't drink at all. I have one drink a year. Drinking on the weekends is not really an option because my weekends are pretty damn busy. Alright, so before we get too far into things, we gotta get into some. We gotta get into some work topics. And one of those work topics is actually going to be the Second Amendment. First thing. I do not have an advocacy group platform. I do not have advertisements. I don't even have enough of a following to make this matter. But we're going to make a stab at it anyway. Here's the deal. If you're a gun owner or if you're not, and you actually, maybe not a gun owner, right? But you need to understand that the Second Amendment applies to more than just guns. They're coming after the guns now. They'll be going after the other weapons after they're done with the guns. So that's the important thing to remember. They sit there and say, we're not coming for your guns, and yet the first thing they want to try to do is make us like Australia where they want to confiscate our guns. Because as soon as they're done doing that, they're going to pull a Britain, and then they're going to come after your knives, your archery equipment, and anything else that they deem to be too dangerous. The problem there is that they're allowed to have the guns and the armed security, and they're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want, and you can't do a damn thing to stop it at all. So, here's the deal. I don't care if you're a gun owner, I don't even care if you like guns. Get out, support the Second Amendment, and do what you got to do because it is your freedom and your ass on the line if you don't. Go get educated. Learn what the Second Amendment says. Learn what it means. And teach others. And if you want to learn more about guns, go out, grab a gun, grab a gat, and learn how to use it right. The NRA has good training resources. I don't usually recommend them because of, well, they have other issues, but there are other training resources. You might even have local resources that will teach you how to shoot, teach you when to shoot, teach you when not to shoot, and that's probably the more important part. Teach you, how to keep your finger off the trigger till you're ready to shoot. Teach you how to identify your target and what's on the other side of it. These are all important things. Treat every gun like it's loaded. Etc., etc. Okay? Don't just take my word for it. Go watch Brandon Herrera. Go watch Langley Outdoors. Go watch Colleen. I'm going to frig up his name. Colleen Noir. Go watch Mark Smith at the 2A 4 Boxes Diner channel. Guns and Gear. Kentucky Ballistics. I would say Demolition Ranch. Actually, go back and watch the old Demo Ranch stuff if it's still up. See, the thing is, people need to remember, it's not just the right of the gun owners, it's not just the right of the right, it's the right of the people in the entire country. Get off your ass, mobilize, educate, learn, educate some more. Tell everyone you see. Alright, so we'll minimize that for now. I'll probably get kicked to orbit because of reasons. I was watching tech shows and something going on with it. I guess there's some question about OnlyFans girls and how they hate their lives now. And yeah, well, I mean, it sucks. It does. I'll say it like it is a little bit. When you market your body, there's a reason why I don't do porn. Me nor my wife. There's a reason why I married someone who's not in that industry. Actually, there's quite a few reasons, and they're mostly respect based. So, there are a whole lot going on Twitter today after Independence Day. Um, a lot of people dogging on the left, which is fine. I'm all about that, you know. I think it's just funny as shit. Um, Anatomy of a Pew. Bang button. Metal holdy thingy. Magical fire dust. Freedom seed. Okay. So this was going to be a little trouble with YouTube, but here we go. Primer, casing, charge, projectile. The projectile is the thing that's actually called a bullet, by the way. Oh. Anatomy of your ammo, it's important. And if you're talking about shotguns, the casing becomes the word shell. The projectile is located deeper inside the shell, and the powder charge is further back. So, and if you're talking about mortar rounds, well, that's a little different. Under capitalism, people execute plans. Under communism, plans execute people. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see what else. Do we have any actual news, or is it just people gonna be doing funny stuff? Oh. Jim Stewart oh god, anyone who says anti-fascist and they're friggin' no. Instant disregard for your opinion. I'm okay with this transition. Alright, so the inner child in me misses Toys R Us a little bit. Mostly because I've only been in the store once as a kid. I don't even think I was in there once, actually. Maybe that was Walmart. Mass debunking on the big beautiful bill and what the left was saying it would do. They lied about just about all of their talking points. He sat there and rambled for 8 hours and lied his ass off about it. Shocker. Yes, go out, my minions. Make more pro-2A people and advocates. I had to do that. I didn't have to do that. I just felt like it was... But it was pretty funny at the time. Let's see. Ooh, Core Keeper, 30% off. Oh, Steve, there's some pretty helpful gaming news. Let's see, what else? Yeah, that's nice. Oh, the reason, if you haven't seen Rurouni Kenshin, he's all bandaged up because of weird body condition that if he overheats, he will like catch on fire and burn to death, basically. I'm guessing the bandages are supposed to be wet or something. Meet Cooper, Magnus. You come see Daddy? Come get loves. No? You taking a nap? You're looking at me like, screw you, Dad, I'm sleepy. Yeah. Yeah, figures. I'm pretty tired myself if it wasn't for that monster I just chugged. Yeah, no, that was a constant problem for me. Oh, just study at home, and you know they're always up my ass wanting me to do stuff, and I'm like, no way, that's a trend. Right. Yeah, that's the other thing this particular group doesn't understand. When When you go full commie, this no longer becomes an option. Yeah. Alright. Well, seems as Twitter has nothing important to say. Shocker, right? Let's see. Hassan brought a gun onto his channel, is potentially in a lot of deep shit for it. We'll see what happens. Trump signed the big beautiful bill on yesterday on Independence Day. If he's cutting off your welfare, it's probably because you can work, to be honest. And judging by the almost double chin that looks like mine, you probably should be. Stop going after that girl. Jesus. I'm going to tell you what I told my brother-in-law because my sister has like 8 kids. Leave her alone. Jesus. Let's see. Potato ammo. How to launch spuds out of an AR-15. Dude, if you didn't just make that 14 or 15 hours ago, I'd probably do a react to it because it sounds funny as shit. You know what? Here's what we'll do. I'll save it to my watch later, and I'll probably do a react to it in about 3 or 4 days on live. Not recorded, just straight up streaming it. Men without girlfriends. To be honest with you, men with girlfriends will, and actually even wives will do some of that stuff, but not all of it. SHTF firearms. I'm going to give that another 3 days before I say 2 words about it. Oh yeah, Minecraft news. There's a little bit of Minecraft news. They're bringing in copper armor, copper chest, tools, and weapons, etc. And the copper golem. So, alright. That's just my general page. Anything in the real news? Yeah, they're going to be pushing this narrative because they want to demonize guns as much as possible. I'm here to tell you it's the user, not the gun. Let's see. This is good. This is a step in the right direction. This is really good. This is funny as shit. Oh, she doesn't even know what the fuck she's saying. She was better off as a bartender. She should have just had a... Oh! Man, that stretch felt good. She should have just had a YouTube channel and kept her bartending up. Better if she just kept tending bar. Maybe owning her own bar wouldn't have been bad either. Russia. Another airbase, or was this the same one from earlier? Let's see. You know what? If he did, I would love to get the money together to take me and my wife to go see that match. I would. Just to say that I went to watch the UFC title fight that happened at the United States White House. That is one thing I would go to DC to do. Because it's a historical event and it's something that is like... I hate to say this is going to make me sound terrible. It's minimal effort. It just takes a lot of money and a lot of security clearance, probably. Or, you know, you just have to pass certain like background checks or whatever. But yes, if they did a title match, a UFC title match at the White House, I'd 100% try everything in my power to go see it. So then I'm guessing the news is relatively dead today. That's not good. Oh. Okay, well, YouTube's kind of fluffed off. There's nothing going on there either. Mostly, so here's the problem is, a lot of this is going to be from, like, yesterday, and there's very limited stuff that's going to be happening today. This is why the ATF needs to be fucking eliminated entirely. Let's see. It's 2 days old. I wish, but no, that's not how that works. I'll be a very glad person when we can actually get like a real confirmation on that one, because yeah. You know what? This one's a year old, and I feel like I need to play it. It's only 8 minutes.
Protects individuals' rights to express First Amendment. It protects individuals' rights to express ideas, practice any religion or none, report news, gather in groups for peaceful purposes, and request government changes without fear of retaliation.
Okay.
Ensuring a foundation for democracy and personal freedom. It basically...
So, the important part that he's not saying here is that these are not, like... These are limitations on the government. The government can't stop you from doing those things. That's what he's not saying.
It guarantees freedom of speech, religion, press, assembly, and petition. Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms, allowing individuals to own weapons for personal safety, defense, and recreational use. It supports the concept of self-defense and the collective security of a free state, reflecting historical importance placed on militias and individual rights. Third Amendment.
Yeah. So the Second Amendment, the thing that he's not saying is, and he's just trying to keep this brief, which is fine. The Second Amendment is also like our last line of defense. And it's an old concept, but it's a good concept. Back during World War II, I forgot the name of the Japanese general who said it, but he refused to invade mainland America because there was a gun behind every blade of grass. And we need to keep it that way. Keeping it that way is what keeps the rest of the world on their toes. Yeah, I know. You're going to sit there and say, well, they could just nuke us or bomb us or blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'd rather do something about the things that I can do something about than try to fight with the things that I can't do anything about. I can't stop a nuke from dropping. Can you? But I can be armed and responsible enough to understand when it's right to use my weapon and how to use my weapon to to either keep an invasion at bay or make people at least think twice about it.
Prevents the government from forcing citizens to house soldiers in their homes during peacetime without consent. This amendment addresses grievances from colonial times under British rule, emphasizing the importance of privacy and property rights in a free society. Fourth Amendment protects individuals from unreasonable searches and seizures, requiring law enforcement to obtain a warrant based on probable cause for such actions. It ensures privacy and security in personal property, reflecting a balance between individual rights and the needs of law enforcement. Fifth Amendment provides protections in legal processes, including protection against self-incrimination, guarantees due process of law, prohibits double punishment.
Okay. The dual process of law part of that is important. Due process is different from, and I hate to use the word class, but from class of citizen to class of citizen. And that's important to remember. If you're born here, if you are not a descendant of illegal migrants, for example, if your whole family's been here for generations, you cannot be deported because where the hell are they going to deport you to? But if you commit a crime, we have a special holding facility called a prison, and we'd be more than happy to slap you in a cell for however long. Or if your crime's bad enough, maybe even give you the electric chair. So there's that too. If you're here illegally, your due process is this. Do you have papers? Yes, no. No, you're getting on the bus. Yes, okay, let's see them, let's see what they say. And in that case, you very well could not be here illegally, in which case your due process changes. That's important. That's very important. That's the thing that people like to sit there and say, oh, you're deporting migrants. No, you're deporting people who violated federal law by crossing the border that was not at a point of entry and have not been vetted or done the necessary paperwork to cross that border. That is very much against federal law. Therefore, deportations 100% are perfectly legitimate. And are a part of due process. You don't have to like it, and I don't care what activist judge says what. The Supreme Court already told the judges that they can shove it, basically. So, there's that. Moving on. Double punishment. This one actually is important to remember. That is double jeopardy. And let me adjust myself a little bit here, because I need to actually be able to use both hands and adjust my camera just a touch. Okay, so let's say you're convicted of crime A. Well, then they can't come along with another crime A and nail you with it. Now, here's the problem with that in modern times. That works in theory. The problem is that some liberal states and a lot of red states, a lot of states do this, and the federal government will do it too. They will take the same crime and rebrand it as something else, or they will find something minutely different about some part of the process, and they will just stack it to give you as much frigging time or as big of a fine. States do this a lot, by the way, when it comes to fines. They'll just find a way to just ramp up that number, so you're basically either an inmate for the rest of your friggin' life for doing something as simple as jaywalking. Well, I mean, a fine for jaywalking, but if you you stole something from somewhere, they'll find a way to stack more charges on it. And one of the most egregious charges on the books that people don't talk about, and this one pisses me off to no end, is contempt of court. Some places use contempt of court holdings as a friggin' corrupt method to make it so you can't, what's the word? They will lock you up. They'll lock you up for contempt of court, and then they'll basically sit there and constantly hold you in contempt for every little infraction, right? Or if you even, you flinch your shoulder during an arrest in some corrupt states, they'll sit there and say, oh, you're resisting arrest, stuff like that. The Fifth Amendment is supposed to protect against stuff like that, but for whatever reason, and don't quote me on why, because I have no friggin' idea. Actually, I have a couple ideas. It has mostly to do with funding. Some states will take that a step too far, and they'll make it to where you'll basically never see your freedom again. And then when you're in prison, they'll put you in the worst part of the prison if they want to keep you there for whatever reason. Funding mostly would be my biggest guess. They'll keep you there specifically so they can get more money because of, federal grant monies or whatever. And they'll put you in the worst part of the prison, keep you in there until a problem happens, and then instead of the person that actually instigated the problem, they'll go just after you and put you in a friggin' cold cell somewhere for isolated detainment, basically. And they'll just keep you there until you lose your shit, and then they'll turn you back into the main population again, and they'll just bounce you back and forth until you get to the point where you just don't give a fuck anymore, right? You become basically a criminal. They turn you into a criminal. So,
the same charges and ensures compensation for the taking of private property for public use.
Yep.
It safeguards personal liberties and property rights in court.
It's supposed to.
Sixth Amendment. ensures the right to a fair and speedy trial, the right to know the
Okay. No matter what system you have in place, there will be abuses. Period. Bar none. I've seen all kinds of weird shit. I actually, I actually had a judge tell my mother when she was trying to get custody of me when I was a kid, that despite the fact I was born in Maine and all of the custody litigations originated in Maine, because I lived in Alaska, she would have to pursue custody in Alaska. Of which my dad was an employee of a nonprofit that worked for the state at that time. So, that was a conflict of interest, and the judge should have known that. But instead of doing his job, he just said it's not worth the headache, basically. Yeah. Now, I mean, I have plenty of grievances with my father, but I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole, like, friggin' week's worth of me bitching, basically, that no one really wants to hear. I gotta grab some pop-out chats real quick, guys. This won't take long. Or maybe it will, because I'm too stupid to remember where my buttons are. Or maybe it will, because I'm too stupid to remember where my buttons are. Yeah. That one deserved to be echoed a little bit, because, like, I'm just having a brain-dead day. So we're going to go over the rest of this video on your constitutional rights for a few more minutes. I am going to shut up and just let him talk, though, because I've got some Destiny 2 stuff to get into, too.
Charges, confront accusers, obtain witnesses in defense, and have legal representation. This amendment is fundamental to the justice system, guaranteeing a fair legal process for criminal defendants. Seventh Amendment guarantees the right to a jury trial in civil cases involving disputes over property or money, preserving the role of juries in the legal system. It reflects the historical importance of jury trials in protecting individual rights against arbitrary government action.
Yep.
Eighth Amendment prohibits excessive bail and fines and cruel and unusual punishment.
The Seventh Amendment, before he goes any further, there is a way to corruptly alter that, too, by gathering enough of an influenced jury to vote against your position in a court. Generally speaking, that kind of thing is not allowed, and it's a reversible error in the legal system. But in some states where certain amounts of corruption are allowed, you can't even get an appeal on it in the state level, and you have to go to the federal.
Ensuring that penalties are fair and proportional to the offense. This amendment reflects society's values on humane treatment and justice.
Okay, but it's important to remember that certain crimes do warrant certain punishments, and others don't.
Preventing the government from imposing overly harsh penalties. Ninth Amendment states that the enumeration of specific rights in the Constitution does not mean that people do not have other rights that are not listed. This amendment protects unenumerated rights, acknowledging that individuals hold more freedoms than those explicitly mentioned.
Yep.
10th Amendment clarifies that powers not delegated to the federal government by the Constitution, nor prohibited to the states, are reserved to the states or the people. It emphasizes the principle of federalism by limiting federal power and protecting state sovereignty and individual liberties. 11th Amendment limits the ability of individuals to sue states in federal court, protecting states' sovereignty by requiring consent for such lawsuits. It addresses concerns over state immunity and the balance of power between state and federal governments. 12th Amendment modifies the procedure for electing the president and vice president, ensuring they are elected on separate ballots. This change was made to prevent confusion, promoting a clearer and more effective presidential election process. 13th Amendment abolishes slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, marking a pivotal change in American society by formally ending the legal institution of slavery and reflecting the nation's commitment to individual freedom and human rights. 14th Amendment grants citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the U.S., guarantees equal protection under the law, and extends civil liberties. It played a crucial role in civil rights by defining citizenship and ensuring legal protections for all individuals.
Maybe I had the wrong one.
15th Amendment Prohibits denying the right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude, advancing civil rights by ensuring that all men, regardless of race, have the right to vote, though actual implementation faced significant challenges. Voting rights will be a key issue as we head into an election year. In November, a federal appeals court decision paved the way for a Supreme Court battle over the Voting Rights Act. Whether you saw this story may depend on which way you lean politically, because it is mostly being covered by left and center rates news sources. I know this thanks to Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. % off unlimited access to video. 16th Amendment. Authorizes the federal government to collect income taxes without apportioning it among the states based on population.
Okay, I have to stop and I stop that right there. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Oh yeah, this is. I'm not reading 10 pages illegal. I'm not that fast. But you did just see the where to. Yeah.
Enabling a key source of revenue for the government and supporting the funding of public services and infrastructure. 17th Amendment. Establishes the direct election of U.S. senators by the voters of the states, enhancing democratic governance by making senators more accountable to the electorate, reflecting a move towards greater democracy and public participation in government.
Democracy, not so much, but doesn't guarantee better participation in government.
18th Amendment. Initiates prohibition, making the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcohol illegal, aiming to improve social conditions, but ultimately leading to unintended consequences and the rise of illegal alcohol trade, demonstrating the complexities of legislating morality. 19th Amendment. Extends the right to vote to women, marking a significant milestone in the fight for gender equality by recognizing women's suffrage as a fundamental democratic right, reflecting the culmination of a long struggle for women's rights. 20th Amendment. Changes the dates for the start of presidential, vice presidential, and congressional.
That's the framework for your voting and stuff.
Succession, aiming to reduce the period where there's an elected official whose successor has already been elected or will be soon, and ensures a smoother transition of power. 21st Amendment. Revokes the 18th Amendment, ending prohibition and allowing states to regulate alcohol, acknowledging the failure of prohibition and the need for a more practical approach to alcohol regulation and consumption. 22nd Amendment. Limits the presidency to 2 terms, responding to Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency by establishing a formal restriction to prevent indefinite re-election and ensure periodic leadership renewal. 23rd Amendment. Grants residents of Washington, D.C. the right to vote in presidential elections, addressing the lack of representation for the district's residents and moving towards greater democratic participation. 24th Amendment. prohibits poll taxes in federal elections, eliminating a barrier to voting for low-income individuals and advancing civil rights by ensuring that the right to vote cannot be conditioned on economic.
Okay. So this is where I come in as a Second Amendment advocate. This one right here. I was actually looking for this one. There was some verbiage that happened during the 24th Amendment and the Supreme Court that basically stated that because of this applies to all rights. You cannot tax a constitutionally protected right. So, where does that leave the Second Amendment? Because guns and ammo are obviously taxed, and certain elements of the Second Amendment are taxed to the point where you have to register with the government and be put onto a special list of owners of certain items. Well, that's an interesting question to have between the Supreme Court, the 24th Amendment, and the Second Amendment.
Economic status. 25th Amendment clarifies presidential succession and procedures for addressing presidential disability, ensuring continuity and stability of the executive branch by providing clear guidelines for transferring power in cases of incapacity. 26th Amendment lowers the voting age from 21 to 18, recognizing the maturity and citizenship responsibilities of younger adults, particularly in light of military service, and expanding democratic participation.
Yeah, you have to be 21 to buy certain things.
27th Amendment delays congressional pay changes from taking effect until after the next election, ensuring that legislators cannot immediately benefit from their own decisions regarding salary adjustments, promoting accountability and fairness. Shout out to these guys who are the first patrons that support my channel.
So yeah, those are basically the 27 amendments that we have right now. There have been talks about a 28th, but yes. Alright, just a quick overview of the weather and we get into Destiny 2. I already have the game launched, so y'all don't have to worry about, loading times. Yeah, no. Oh, boy. That's not good. Oh, 96? I mean, that's still hot, but it's not, like, that bad. Alright, what I'm actually interested in is cloud cover. Any? Nothing on radar for the next hour. Yeah. Very, very limited amounts of... Yeah. Very limited amounts of cloud cover. Okay. Well, in the interest of saving processing power, so I really should cover the weekly stuff too, just briefly. Well, not weekly, but just like the 7-day. There you go, right there. If you live in Maine, you're looking at, yeah. Ta-da. Oof, 90 degrees tomorrow and Monday. Probably won't be streaming tomorrow then. I'll probably go jump in the lake. Okay, so... I need to shrink this down. Which one are you? You're from yesterday. I have no idea which one this one is from because of how YouTube does things. So, here's what I'll do. Move you out of the way. Grab you. Yeah, so basically the left is going to be freaking out because they're losing their precious tool of the putting people on a registry through the NFA. And you're going to see a whole lot of temper tantrums from people like the Brady Group, Every Town, Moms can demand action, but probably won't get any. Oh yeah, no, I'm absolutely unnecessarily cruel to them. I can't stand those people. Um, just adjusting chat boxes real quick, and then we'll jump right in. Mostly just because I have to keep track of my frame losses and you guys chit-chatting. Okay.
Everything is in place. I've routed you as straight a path to the launch platform
you
as I
lost
could.
progress.
I don't believe
Dude,
our
I've run
enemies
this so
are
many
aware
times.
of what we're attempting, but you should still prepare for heavy resistance.
We're off a little bit. I'm probably gonna die from this, but I've just been kind of curious. It's a secret chess question. There probably are none. Also, whereas none of my friends are on. So. Just a little bit of curiosity, actually. Well, there's an old ore mine bunker that we no longer have access to. Thanks, Bungie. That's alright. I have done this quite a bit. I'm kind of just goofing off right now, so don't pay me too much of a mind. Well, okay, so I've been using this to try to farm for Ikelos weapons, which again are not like super special weapons in any shape or form. But I've had questions about this particular area. Can't land down there. Just wanting to explore a little bit and take a look around because I actually wish these laser beams would just like have a longer timer. They don't really serve much of a purpose here. At least not anymore. There's no secret chests. There's like nothing. oh, they're supposed to add to the intensity. Yeah, there's a way around them, so you don't... Like, there's not even a chest that you get for completing the encounter, so what's the point? Now, that being said, I do actually have to hurry up and do this, because I have to go get special coins for the Choir of One.
I've gained remote access to the launch facility's subsystems, but someone is already in here. House Salvation splicers are hacking the launch mainframe. You need to find a splicer and liberate the security scanner protocol from them. I won't be able to secure the launch without it.
But...
That's a scanner protocol you've picked up. It should automatically detect which consoles have been tampered with and highlight them. It'll also highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, get us access to those terminals and I'll have Anna perform a remote hack from here. System cleared. Launch codes accepted. Priming the pods for launch.
See, the thing that bugs me about the
It's
Second
time.
Amendment
Get
is that you have a large contingent of Democrats that are against it, and it's like, you realize that you're voting against your own rights, right? Like, these are not, you know,
I can't believe it. You're actually on Seraph Station.
just arbitrary
It looks
words
good.
on paper.
Receiving you
need
loud
to
and
be
clear.
enforcing these
You should be able to
and telling your
decompile
fellow
your scanner
Democrats
protocol
that,
at
you
that
know,
terminal
hey,
by the door to
Second
gain
Amendment,
access.
yeah,
You're on the
back
far
off.
end of the
It's
station,
important.
so we have a lot of ground
Don't
to
care
cover.
about your wanting to restrict
get
access
moving.
to machine guns, sword
Scanner
gun rifles,
protocol
all
is
that
offline.
shit. Knock it off.
Keep an eye out for splicers who
There
have
are
new
rights
scanner
to.
protocol
Like,
codes.
legitimately, you need to be saying that. Interest balancing is out the window. Oh boy, it's such a nice day out. I kind of hate to be doing this all day, you know? But I also know that it's going to be in the like late 80s, early 90s when it comes to temperature today, and I'm not really looking forward to that. About 5-ish minutes is pause this and go take a leak, and actually this is probably about the safest point to do it. Can we take a little time out, guys? I know we're not quite at an hour marker, but I gotta go turn on the AC of the van and go take a leak. It takes all of about maybe 2 minutes. Time out. The shanks are at it again. Yep. Oh, please don't advertise that, because I am, you know... Yeah, it's 8:30, of course. I haven't just been sitting here running my mouth for fucking nothing. Or have I?
Operator protocol should allow you to remotely access those red highlighted panels.
By shooting them with your gun. I'm not sure why they're designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
That ammo. Love to see it. Ammo. Ammunition. Bullets. Introducing Bullet, the badass. Nice try. Huh. I'll have to figure out what that's about later. But not too late, I have a feeling that has to be something seasoned. Oh, whatever. It really doesn't matter because there's a purple box coming up and a rally banner. I'm gonna take a bathroom. I was gonna use the bathroom beforehand, but it was occupied. It is not right now. So after I get to remove this little portion here, I am going to take a very small break. Very drink is kind of loosened up the kidneys just a little bit, and I find that I play a little bit better without that being on the brain. So, but the air conditioning is on, and it's supposed to be up in the 90s, 80s, 90s, so. Just gotta clear this room and then go, you know.
We've hit a dead end. I can't bypass security. I think I have an idea. Play along. You need to surrender to House Salvation. One of Aramis's captains has put an order to bring you in alive so that he can present you to her as a trophy.
Okay.
Make some noise to draw their attention. It'll
That is
help
everything
sell
dead.
the bluff.
She's here? Of course. That must be how Zebu Urath plans on co-opting the Warsat network. The Hive can't do it on their own, so the Witness sends Aramis and her splicers in to assist.
Ugh. Alright. That was not my grenade button. Hey! Away from the dirt pile, come on. There is nobody here, you little turd. It was me. Alright. should I? Gonna open the door for me? Trippy.
I cannot believe they fell for that. Transmat access acquired. Weapons incoming. Neutralize the crew and get to the front of the catch. Got any extra purple laying on the floor, or am I gonna have to do this the hard way? Looks like it's gonna be the hard way. Okay, not a big deal. You're going to need to jump carefully to get back down to the station.
Hang on, I actually do have to check that. Who? Literally junk mail. Magnus, come here. Come on.
There's a cargo bay up ahead. You can get back inside there.
Quit being a pain in everyone's butt. Like, come on. What? You want to be fuzzy visitor? Is that what it is? Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, him is. Okay, go play. I doubt it. Magnus, come here. Quit being annoying, bud. Nope, I guess they all perma-delete for the week once you do them. Well, that kind of sucks a little bit because I was actually kind of hoping to see if maybe there were other hidden things. But I guess there is not. And this door should still open for the good boy stuff. Dude, you don't need to bark. Please. Oi. Again. Yeah. I mean, seriously. What seems to be your issue? You're about to see me spaz out. I'm about to spaz out. How much do you want to bet this messed up my kick? I just about guarantee my kick stream got fucked up. Eep. Uh-huh. Yep. Split it in two. Again. Every time I make a little bit of progress, Spectrum has to come and butt fuck me every time. Every damn time. Every time. I'm about ready to go have a conversation with my wife and my grandmother and see if we can't save up the money to get the satellite internet and just start paying for Starlink, because I'm just... I don't even have a freaking... Really? Well, you know what? Fine. Don't care. It doesn't matter. Am I gonna have to relaunch Rumble? My primary fucking platform, and I'm gonna have to relaunch it. This is bullshit. There's no fucking way. Okay. Well, maybe. Alright, good. Just making sure it picked back up, guys, that's all. And yeah, we're just gonna have to farm Seraph off stream because fucking Bunghole can't get their shit in order, apparently.
My forces report that Shadow Legion units are shifting their attention to the Cloud Ark. That's likely why Neomuna's defense systems are remaining offline. But I bet those Vex pumps are also poking too close to the city's internals.
That's okay, I still need to get the fire for we'll do that.
that? A Taken blight? The Shadow Legion are forcing Taken into that Vex pocket.
The Vex net uses similar gateways as the Cloud Arc, which means they could infiltrate the network and gain access to the Veil.
Taken are relentless, especially under the Witness's control. We need to get in there and stop them.
That one, okay?
Destroy these blights. We can't let more of them form.
every time. I hate this strike. I can't wait for this one not to be a thing anymore. I miss being able to choose your strikes, actually. I'd pick any strike, but I'd rather deal with the frigging Vex Hydra, or whatchamacallit, they are from D1. I'd rather do that shit again.
Allies for Callus, infesting any space they're found in. If we'd waited any longer, this would have been much worse. Yeah. I don't even want to think about that.
This is the access point. Let's get rid of that Taken before it opens a path into the Cloud Arc.
Well, it's not really what I wanted. I wanted strange coins. But I mean, maybe I have enough now. Friggin' maybe. Dude, Cool Ranch and Nacho Cheese Doritos are about average. They're what chip flavors should aspire to be, kind of thing.
Nacho cheese makes sense that we start off with the classics. As you can see, the seasoning on Cool Ranch is chunky, particulate, while the seasoning on the nacho cheese here is much, I assume, finer, or it becomes dissolved onto the surface of the Dorito because it's still hot when you apply it or something. But it's like, you know, it's integrated into the burrito. If you rinse this off with water, it tastes like corn chip. If you rinse this off with water, it tastes like nacho cheese. Okay.
Yes. Check. Good luck.
Let's see. Huh.
Guardian?
Go with that later.
Checking. Goodbye.
Perhaps a barter is warranted.
Get to my vault here in a bit. Right now I want to get the Choir of One just because I don't have it.
May we speak? Accepted from the Nine. Ease us from the Nine. The Nine meant for you to have that.
Never heard of the MPA Werewalker before. Oh, it's from the, yeah. Maximizes guard stat on equipped sword. You take reduced damage while blocking with sword. Rapidly damaging targets after blocking with swords grants restoration for duration determined by the number of shots blocked. Okay. I see why people what they were saying about that.
I do not know what I am waiting for.
Because you're different from me. Doritos, y'all are different. I assume that's what it's called. Gosh, so familiar. I want some mustard. I don't know what it is, but I really like it. It's very sort of savory, spicy. And then it's like spicy nacho cheese or something. Because there's acidity to it, which made me think it was mustard. But Doritos look big. I feel like there's got to be like a nacho cheese or something.
Oh, there's that little objective. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to Hawthorne. Or yeah. The bird lady.
Is that even a thing? Do we just make something up? That's great. I like that. I don't care.
What's the hurry?
But it is made up, so
We all want the same things.
because that was certain.
Hey, hey. How's the clan going?
That's ketchup, right there. That's ketchup. That is ketchup, and that's ketchup. Who's the ketchup for? I hate that. Personally, I know ketchup chips are big in Canada or whatever. Ketchup can be eaten. It's insane. I don't even describe it. It tastes exactly like ketchup. It is sweet and tangy and tomatoey, and I don't like that.
Okay, so the one that I need to get, the one that I need to do is the Last Wish, so I can unlock the Apex Predator and unlock the pattern for it.
I don't like things, but also they're really
Yeah, it's a fire rocket launcher, so
We had clans in the city when I was a kid.
plays into the solar builds. I'll need to. I'd like to do it on stream, but apparently,
It was called the Big N. It's, I mean, it looks way ahead of this. No, what did I say? It was your VCR.
well, I appreciate it, but I do want natural growth and not artificial bots. So, over there on Kick, if you want to keep making offers, you better have the people to back it up.
We found the gaming console for this one, and that gaming console is the actual
Yes.
Big N. Here's where it is today. Get $5. When I pulled it down, I had found the guy. I did those with just nothing.
They're not bad.
Maybe a little spicy.
They're not bad because the escalating void damage. But it's the recovery. Recovery is the problem.
But they're spicy, and in doing so, they reduced the amount of nacho cheese butter in, I guess, in exchange for spice. Make it correctly.
Oh. Literally, the recovery stat is the problem here.
Sweet chili. They're tangy. Tiny bit of heat, not much. It's good. I like them. I don't like them as much as nacho or like those are the gold standards for me. Even though they're eights, I like them. Not as much. That's the same. Okay. Xbox. I was never an Xbox kid. Spicy sour. What's it? Who came up with this name? Spicy sour. There's no flavor. These are like adjectives. They're not flavors. Oh, whoa.
All done, all done.
Didn't even notice that this was.
I mean, okay, so if I'm gonna do a void build, it'd probably be that would be the exotic that I'd use, right? But
I gotta rate these pearls in back. I would drop it to 6. I hate that. It's spicy sour. That's with the salt on the senses.
Everybody's trained
My eyes are perceiving all the way.
because of Doggy's journey.
Well, anyways, these look insane. These look like future diarrhea. Not much by way of flavor. At all, really. Just heat. Do they do a flavor hot burrito? Because that's just spicy and it tastes like that. It's not like melting your face off spicy, but that's flavor hot Cheeto spicy. In other words, like, you know,
what do you do? Oh, I use that for a thing.
powerful bubbles. And I think some has a similar vibe. Where it almost feels like a bunch of little needles that you feel. And this one just feels like
Everybody's isn't just the
This is the one that I put on when I just don't want to die angry. I feel like going on a shotgun spree.
which can threaten to cover CMT.
Yeah. Hate is a very strong word that is not very accurate. That being said, I do not care for flaming hot Cheetos. Not so much because what they do up top, it's more the other end.
A transaction to make, Guardian?
We had spicy stuff.
We need a centralized city government, now more than ever.
I think these are sick. I would snap upon them because they feel like, you know, that kind of mashup. This feels more like a PCD.
Huh.
Dude, this is exactly it. This is exactly what I said. It's spicy with the addition of the ranch. I'm a Dorito cheese with my knife. I bullseye every one of these fuckers. Six again. Yellow! Yellow's back, but is it better than that? That's mustard. Those are mustard flavored chips. I have no doubt in my mind.
Speak to me not of the darkness. I want no part.
Looks like there was a rat
Why
living
you
in
need
there.
this escapes me. I got judge you for it. So I guess technically happens, but that's his fish. I wish there were honey mustard. That'd be great. It's so sharp with this mustard. We'll give them free. It's weird. Very odd. It's a damn food right here. It is a damn food. I'd much rather use any other consoles and the controllers suck. Controllers are really worse. How mustard my dick? How mustard my dick? It's not hot at all. It's just mustard. No. Is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Oh, that's some normal looking Doritos, for God's sake. Interesting. I'm getting spicy. I'm getting that the base level flavors of
Yes, yes, Guardian, by all means. Let's get started.
isn't very clear. I can't tell too deep or not too deep. Maybe it's chili. Maybe this is like the sweet hot chili ones. This one's six. They're snackable. I eat them. So now we're at about 360. We can't overdo it. Instead, we have their looks write a check in a
Oh, I'm waiting for it to load.
They look awesome. They look like they're going to be robust.
Wow, man, things are dead on X today.
Not the way that you want. I want more something in there. You can just throw some nacho cheese dust. So now we have a
Hey, Seth, got anything fun to say?
Yeah, that looks like the ranch after dip is.
Not really.
What? Well, it tastes like Cooler Ranch, but they used a tenth of the powder, and they added cilantro to it. I can taste cilantro. That one I just ate had a normal amount of powder on it. The rest of them, I think they're way to come.
I didn't like him as a president, but making fun of him now that he's not is kind of, I don't know, distasteful is pretty accurate. Anime Expo, hello.
Something about them seems more.
Just gonna ignore that.
We'll give these a 3. And the gaming console I choose for them is one of the What do we get? Oh my god, that was so good. How am I so good at the Open Doritos? I've never been this good at any episode ever. And now I've said it too much. Now any snack that says simply or natural or whatever is gonna say also have this in the description.
Yeah, someday, maybe, we'll see. Let's see.
I'm gonna do a little
Wild
bit of
card game?
thing that they never thought you did. Here we go. Calories 150, 140. Total fat 8 grams, 7 grams. Cholesterol 0, 0. Sodium 190, 150. Carbohydrates 18, 18. Dietary
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
protein 2, 2. Come on. So it gives you 1 extra gram of fiber. Bravo. Eat 3 less Doritos.
It doesn't appear that there is anything worthwhile on the internet really today. I went through the trending. We've been through the YouTube stuff already. Like, I got smoked content-wise as far as having actual like news content that we haven't already been over.
It's not dust. It's been made into a bomb. So other stuff. Shut my mouth. I just barely touched it.
Mr. Secretary, welcome. Thank you for your time.
Everything is in place. I've routed you as straight a path to the launch platform as I could. I don't believe our enemies are aware of what we're attempting, but you should still prepare for heavy resistance. I've gained remote access to the launch facility's subsystems, but someone is already in here. House Salvation splicers are hacking the launch mainframe. You need to find the splicer and liberate the security scanner protocol from them. I won't be able to secure the launch without it. That's a scanner protocol you've picked up. It should automatically detect which consoles have been tampered with and highlight them. It'll also highlight other tampered devices, so keep an eye out. Now, get us access to those terminals and I'll have Anna perform a remote hack from here. System cleared. Launch codes accepted. Priming the pods for launch. Guardian, it's time. Get in.
Mom.
We absolutely have to take care of the course. We need to make sure that folks preserve it for your support from us. I guess right away we're going to be
Alright, well that's good to know, but like...
I swear that I was like 7 or 8. Right when I started to think spy. Holy shit. Yeah. I'm sorry, also.
I can't believe it. You're actually on Seraph Station. Feed looks good. Receiving you loud and clear.
You should be able to decompile your scanner protocol at that terminal by the door to gain access. You're on the far end of the station, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get moving. Scanner protocol is offline. Keep an eye out for splicers who have new scanner protocol codes.
You know what?
There are BSOs out there, veteran service organizations, that will take your VA agreement and do it for free. And that's the right thing. You shouldn't have to pay to submit an application.
That's a decent hand cannon, but I'm not really in it for hand cannons. I'm actually looking for something else. Okay, I need a gun that has a very specific perk on it in my primary slot. Okay. I don't even remember the name of the perk, but it has to do with your elemental capabilities. I think it's adaptive munitions that I'm looking for. No, it's not. Oh, just playing a little Destiny 2, gone over some political news topics already today. Trying to find a specific perk for a gun, and because I have a super smooth brain today, I can't seem to remember what it was. Or what weapon it's on.
be in town most of the time. You would probably just collect that video data and create a map of where this person went to and where they're going. Hey, you're on video. Go over here. Sit down. Talking to Guillermo. My mom, Guillermo. My mom. Can you imagine that? Having a cartel member come up to you and being like, hey, you got a video of you talking to this FBI guy. You are in trouble. I personally think it was more of a human thing, human intelligence gathering. As in like a dude on the ground, or a lady on the ground, that happened to notice, hey, listen, this is a fact. Jose, that's a fact.
I think it's osmosis. I don't have one in my vault. What are you up to today, sis?
easily access those red highlighted panels.
By shooting them with your gun. I'm not sure why they're designed like that, and at this point, I'm almost afraid to ask.
bypass security. I think I have an idea. Play along. You need to surrender to House Salvation. One of Aramis's captains has put an order to bring you in alive so that he can present you to her as a trophy. Make some noise to draw their attention. It'll help sell the bluff.
She's here? Of course. That must be how Zivu Urath plans on co-opting the Warsat network. The Hive can't do it on their own, so the Witness sends Aramis and her splicers in to assist.
They fell for that. Transmat access acquired. Weapons incoming. Neutralize the crew and get to the front of the catch.
Well, that firefight got over pretty quick, didn't it? Little baby skirmish there.
You're going to need to jump carefully to get back down to the station.
I wonder if that ceiling's even solid. You know what? If it kills me, all I can do, I can just respawn back up here or something. No, they don't let you do it. I guess that'd be too much of an obvious, cheese factory. Why fight your way through this part when you could just run across the roof and do it that way? Right? That was dumb. That was incredibly stupid. Just start closing stuff out. They won't let you do it. That sucks. That would have been cool. Boop, boop, gone. Bypass the whole thing. I don't know if I'd really say the Democrats are defeated. In need of a massive rebrand and reorganization. Oh yeah, no, they totally from the ground up. Number one, stop going after gun rights. It's just not going to happen. You're literally just self-defeating at that point. Another self-defeating issue is the trans rights thing. Look, I know you have your own ideology about this stuff, but like seriously, it's a losing issue for you. You need to start getting back into the idea of arguing taxes and stuff, because these social issues are not doing you any justice. The idea of that purple ammo right there. Rid of that. Might have to run the prophecy dungeon again and see if I can't get a better relentless. I'd like one with hatchling. Huh. Bro, your cameraman sucks.
Cargo bay up ahead. You can get back inside there.
Crap on a cracker. Yep.
died on Europa.
His name was Praxis, and you killed him. The witness has returned to us. As it will return all Elixni slain by the machine's swan's hand.
Inject the virus into that console. House Salvation has more ships inbound.
There you go, that's pretty much soloing it. Please give me a res. Nope. Well, you know what they say. Don't put too much.
Virus uploading. We're done here. For now.
I've initiated a station-wide security reboot. It should disable orbital defenses and clear an exit.
About a half dozen House Salvation catches inbound. Get to your ship and get out of there.
That's a pretty cool glitch, I guess. Just lets you see what they did outside of the area. Uh-huh. I could. No, I mean, I can. I actually have done it before. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's easier with with one other person for sure. No. It's just this stuff, this right here, is kind of meh. It's very mid. Okay? Very, very much mid. You know? Where's the... There it is. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I'm sure he got no more video clippings. Okay.
They will not be denied.
Humor me for a minute. No, he's not mid anymore.
An
Take back what I
object
said.
of power. Nothing is permanent. Be relentless.
I don't actually have the... Let's make sure these bounties are not... No, they're not. but I don't have all of these weapons necessarily. Trace, precision, that's easy. Sniper rifle I have. I think I have a grenade launcher. Somewhere. Yes, I do. I'll just use that truth teller right there. I have shotguns galore, so you can suck it. Sniper rifle right there. Oh, I don't have a trace rifle on this character at this moment, so let's see. Where's the cold heart? I thought I had one out already. If not, I definitely can bust one out. It's not a big deal. There it is. Solve that little issue. Hey, now, open director. Oh, we need money. Let's see. Spire the Watcher actually has the best, like, farm. The most controlled farm. So, yeah, getting the craftability on the Whisper of the Worm is important to me. So I guess that's the thing I'll be farming.
An old acquaintance among the hidden tells me that a Seraph complex recently powered on for the first time since the collapse. Shortly thereafter, Vex incursions were reported. Anna flagged the site as a potential pillory bunker. If the Vex gain access to its systems, they'll use it to wrest Rasputin's submine data away from us. It would be catastrophic.
Okay, before we get into this...
We've landed at the source of the complex's AUG supply. Centuries in Martian rust have done this place no kindness. Our window of opportunity is short. AUG surges destabilize the complex, and Vex are breaching the command matrix. Go.
Okay. Cool. Sure. I can put on a different linear fusion rifle. Cold hard on. Bow on. There you go. This will not take long at all. Not at all. So here's the deal. The first encounter in this area, as long as you don't do the objectives, the enemies infinitely respawn. But you're not doing the objectives. Who cares? I don't care. I literally could care less. It's not even about the objective. It's about getting the Whisper of the Worm as a craftable thing. Ta-da! Humor me for just a moment, if I may. gotta go restock on bounties. Oh, hang on. Before I do that.
Confront your fate. Your
Yeah, a little under halfway there.
the
I
end
gotta go
is
check on something. Stay. I guess the garbage man showed up and got the garbage. Excuse me. I'll go get the can here in a little bit. I gotta rinse this up. So here's the thing. Normally, weapons like guns, knives, whatever, are kind of allowed on these platforms, but begrudgingly. Very begrudgingly.
confront your fate.
Okay. Well, there's a farm for that too. So here's the deal. I can get on my YouTube channel and lose a piece of cucumber, you know, which is my lunch, basically. No. This is what is referred to as appropriate use. Now, putting aside how I use a knife and just focusing on the fact that I'm using a knife, a lot of people would argue, "You're putting your thumb in front of the knife." I'm like, yeah, I'm slicing a vegetable in my hand. Now, do I need the knife to eat the cucumber? No. This looks less gay.
Guardian, there's massive energy readings surging from below the arcology. All communication channels are affected. The Lucent Hive are forcing
All scout, nade, and shotgun.
There's something else going on. The formations I'm seeing are indicative of some mass ritual to
I don't like. Ta-da! 5 more bounties done.
Everything dies, so die well. Such a fleeting thing. This is the last time.
Now this is where things do.
Live well.
Sword, hive, hand cannon, cider. It's only tricky because I don't have a sidearm right now. An easy enough fix. He'll do.
Guardian, there's massive energy readings surging from below the arcology. All communication channels are affected. The Lucent Hive are forcing their way through from the ascending plane. There's something else going on. The formations I'm seeing are indicative of some mass ritual to... Guardian, can you...
Before we get started, watch, sidearm, sniper, hand cannon, hive, that's easy. Sword. So. You. And
Confront your fate.
We have business more pressing than this. Endings mark new beginnings.
Confront your fate.
We have business more pressing than this. Be
Fire's like
relentless.
the one that I actually can't do in order for this farm to work. So, which is unfortunate, because actually you get a lot for completing dungeons too. But, I'm not doing it alone. I can do it alone, but it's long, it's boring, and it sucks. So,
I judge your actions.
in pursuit of this, the red-bordered Whisper of the Worm you got sitting here. I don't need any of the rest of these, I just need that. And anything remaining will either be raid banners or maybe nonary engram. Maybe. I don't know. I don't see any shaders. You do have the heartfelt reunion, though. Maybe not. Yeah, I still have to get that, don't I? Oh, that's pretty neat. That actually does harken back to the whole Ziva thing. Okay. Anyway, let's back to work. Get back to work. Okay, trace, glaive, sidearm, auto, fusion. Well, all right. Let's start with the weird ones, right? Character. Glaive, sidearm. I don't have an auto rifle in the heavy. I don't think one exists, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Yeah, we'll just go back to the spire. Grab some. Gotta clean up the... Yeah.
An old acquaintance among the hidden tells me that a Seraph complex recently powered on for the first time since the collapse. Shortly thereafter, Vex incursions were reported. Anna flagged the site as a potential pillory bunker. If the Vex gain access to its systems, they'll use it to wrest Rasputin's submine data away from us. Would be catastrophic. You've landed at the source of the complex's arc supply. Centuries in Martian rust have done this place no kindness. Our window of opportunity is short. Arc surges destabilize the complex, and Vex are breaching the command matrix.
You know what I miss? I miss the D1 Warmind DLC Martian map that we used to have. I'd like to get that back too. Okay. Auto fusion will trace. Oh, it's here. What do we got? It'll work. You're not even right. Grouping nuts. You know what? It'd be a good time to test out that auto rifles. Used it before, but we're gonna find out. It's a freaking pew-pew gun. machine gun, that's the rocket launcher. There's your linears. Gotten rid of it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mow the lawn here at some point in the next day or two. Got good weather for it. But yeah, no, so some bonehead online, I'm not gonna name any names because, you know, I don't want to get bound up in this bullshit. Decided to dock and threaten with a gun on stream. And to make matters even more embarrassing for himself, he had the wrong friggin' person.
Everything dies, so die well. Such a fleeting thing. If this is the last time, live well.
Hey. Now, let's go see what's so special about being able to shape this one, huh? Just checking my video stats real quick. I'm not so shallow as to understand, as to think that I'm gonna have all the world watching me all at once. I'm not that dumb. But anyway, the point is about the weapons thing. You can't go online and threaten people like that on a video. It's just not really acceptable. Under any circumstance, like at all. That's fair. Well, because this person is Twitch's fucking golden boy, they're not banning him. And I already tell you right now, they're not going to. No, if you think so, they sang his friggin' birthday song, dude. If you think this clown is gonna see any consequences for his actions, you're wrong. Like, it's just... They have no interest in even remotely enforcing their terms of service in an even-handed fashion. I don't want that one, but yeah, no. You know, he's their favorite. So of course they're gonna play favorites and let him get away with whatever the hell he wants. I'm not jealous. I really don't give a fuck, to be honest. I don't really think you can pay me to give a shit. I'm just saying that how I see it. And it just kind of adds that extra layer of I don't want to be on Twitch's platform because of the fact that they don't enforce their terms of service evenly. That's why none of my content... I tried to stream there a while ago, like probably close to a year ago at this point. I just have no fucking intention of going back because their fucking platform sucked back then and it sucks now. And it just doesn't help their case any when they let someone promote terrorism on their platform. And then they don't turn around and don't do anything about it. So, you know. Why should I give them the time of day? Why should I put my content on a platform that doesn't align with my ideals? Or for that matter, most of the ideals of a good 75% of the people to 80% of the people of this fucking country are going to tank their platform over literally an 80-20. And you could probably argue that it's a little higher than that. It's probably 95-5. There's terrorists and cartels are fucking scumbags. Don't want anything to do with them. Don't want them around either. The whole world would be a lot better off without either one of them. I understood what I said. Oh, to have that kind of fucking money, right? That's beyond fuck you money. Okay, well, I'm gonna probably push the overclock on the stream today a little bit, but it's mostly because I want to find. Not really too big on pulses, but scouts. Okay. No, it's true. I can't stand pulse rifles, but I've only got 2 levels left, and I've only got 10 days left. Well, let's see. What else did this little punk have anyway? What you got there, Magnus? Did you find Daddy's drop piece of cucumber? You want Daddy to take the skin off it for you? So you can chew on it? He says it tastes funny. Up here. Can you put it in Dad's hand? Trying to teach him how to do that. Magnus, come here. Come on. I just wanted to see my baby boy. Okay, now drop it. Good boy. No, you can't have it. It's got the skin on it. Hey. No. Hang on, bud. I gotta make sure that they're not secretly freaking toxic to dogs. Okay. Here you go, buddy. Daddy took the skin off it for you. Now you can chew it. I gotta wash that. I'm not putting it back in its case until I do.
I see your fighting spirit.
So I already have all the exotics you have listed. Nothing interests me about these.
Endings mark new beginnings.
And literally the only thing that ever interested me about this was maybe getting a better roll of the gun that I'm using right now, which I don't necessarily need. Tower. Of the tower first and see what we got going on here, and probably get off of Destiny 2 and the stream for probably the rest of the day, because I'm probably gonna go jump in the car and in about 2.5-ish hours go pick up my wife and go jump in the lake. And I do mean literally. Quite literally jump in the lake. So they finally killed Anthem, huh? Like bullet in the head, dead kind of thing. That's sad. They had a fun gameplay loop, but
and video games, man, they're great. I know that here, I think, like Marathon, the news, the thoughts on Edge of Fate right now, but video games are great. Just across the board. I know we look back as like the 2000s.
I bring a message from the Nine. It was never mine. You fear nothing, Titan. That is good.
Okay, so here's my response to that. Don't give us the source code, but give us the coding for hosting our own servers.
And while premium currency is no longer purchasable, items and bots with this currency aren't given to players for free. Either purchased permanently in accessible. will stop killing games picking up traction. It should come as no surprise EA is aiming to take the game offline for possible legislation requiring them to make the game available in some capacity, whether that be an overall to make it function offline, or give the source code to the community that could somehow to the servers. Would you just do this? I'm telling you, man, somebody could make Anthem a hell of a game. When you talk about what games don't have, there have been looter shooters in the past that I have played that just didn't have that it, that good factor, that thing that made it special, and that thing that made you say, hey, I want to come back and play. There's so many games that just can't nail the it factor. Anthem had that. And in my opinion, even harder than even in-game, nailing that it is the most difficult thing. Because that's just a subjective thing. That's just does this feel good to play? Does these builds feel good to use? Do I have an identity with whatever it is I'm using in the game? Does my class stand out for the next class? I wish someone could take Anthem and do like a proper Anthem reload and actually give us the loot shooter that Anthem is supposed to be. Right now, this last line, in the event that the game's industry changes its practices in the future, where what Anthem's holding is possible. For now, Anthem is on the chopping block with no plans to get live in any capacity. Dude, what even is the numbers right now? If I was to look off again,
let's get started.
30,000 players playing Anthem. Get out of here. Dude, get out of here. Anthem is on Steam. Look, if you go to Anthem right now in the directory, you've got some people streaming it, man. You've got some people playing it. So they're there. I think Anthem, look, as painful as like we've experienced with certain game shutdowns, or even like just missed out on like the whole what if scenario with things like, for instance, like Destiny 3 or whatever. Anthem it really is painful to see because there was love put into this game. It just wasn't. It wasn't that double down moment. If you look at Destiny should have failed. Destiny 1 should have failed. Destiny 2 definitely should have failed. But it was the Taken game experience, the year expansion after it launched, and also the Forsaken expansion after Destiny 2 Vanilla launched. Those were the two expansions that saved both of those games. And what essentially was the developers saying, hey, we're doubling down. We're going to give you what you want. We're gonna listen to community feedback, and we're going to give you an explosion of content.
Alright, so I'm not going to watch all of Asta Cross's video. I was just wondering what this was about. But, like... okay. I'm going to give my hot take. Anthem doesn't need to be an online-only game. Anthem is probably one of the easier games to take from online only and port it over to single player with not even dedicated server support, but just peer-to-peer multiplayer. And here's why I can get away with saying that. There's nothing in the game that's so big file-wise or graphics-wise that you can't just load it onto the computer like you could any old game. I mean, yeah, the game would be freaking huge, probably 150 gigs, or close to it. But realistically speaking, yeah, you could, and then just have peer-to-peer functionality versus the other one. And instead of making it, you know, free-to-play or whatever it was, sell it for $5-10. At least recoup some of your costs, right? I feel like that's pretty reasonable. And I'm not kidding. Borderlands 1 and 2. Okay. You got those games, Borderlands 3, and now soon to be Borderlands 4, which just is a thing. September 12th of this year. You know, we're getting kind of used to big-ass games, to be honest. Games that take up more data than what we originally thought they should. And that's fine. We'll give one last weather check up. Close down Destiny 2 to save on some temperature draw using the power. Heat index value is expected to be around 96 degrees. Okay. I mean, it's 78 feels like 87. I'm not about to sit in my car for a few hours, if that's what you're saying, but, you know. Oh, that's fun. Oh. It's just a tropical storm, but... Is that building off of the coast? That looks like building. That does not look like movement. Hang on. It's both. Well, I guess it depends on how much northward force it actually has, really. I mean, it could pierce the, it could pierce the jet stream pattern of dragging things that way. I mean, I guess it's gonna depend on... Oh, wow, look at that. It's going to depend on how much northward draw we have from it. And even then, it might fizzle out, or it might just be a little bit of a thunderstorm that rolls our way later. Unless it decides to pull a Beyblade right up the friggin' coast and smash Maine. You know, building up power as it goes. But that's not... I don't know, I'm looking at the wind. I wish I could pull up the old jet stream map and take a look. Cloud movements are a pretty good indicator, though. Well, it's 6 hour. Its rotation is running counter to the movements, if that's even rotational at all. Yeah, it kind of is. So it's going counterclockwise, and this one's going clockwise. I mean, it could neutralize, or it could build up. It just depends on what interaction the two cloud fronts have with each other, if any. But if I'm guessing here, and this is just my guess, this weird, almost scythe-looking front, it probably goes down and back up. So it's a downward trough, and then you've got this thing trying to pull up into it. It's probably going to get cycled back into the ocean. It might. Yep, and then right into Europe. It'll lose some of its hot air on the way over. I don't see any. Really don't see any other massive threats to our anything right now at this moment in time. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Why can't you guys manage your forests? I understand Canada, it's huge and the population is sparse. And Alaska too. But, like, come on. You guys can do it. You guys can do it. These areas, okay, I kind of get it. But, like... Okay, yeah. Wait, what? Huh? Huh. Woo! But no, I actually wasn't aware of this. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Okay. Don't start any fires there. Small craft advisories. Those are pretty normal for most of your coastal states anyway. Huh. Okay. Huh. I guess I never understood where that was. Entirely. I knew it was over there somewhere, just... Thailand's right there. So's Laos. Huh. Well, anyway, I'll look that up on my own time. In the meantime, if y'all liked and enjoyed the content, hit the like and subscribe buttons. I mean, you don't necessarily have to. I would appreciate a couple comments, though. Tell me I'm boring. Tell me to go for a walk with my cell phone or something, you know? Give me an earful. More so than a subscribe and a like. The comments are kind of what I'm after, because, you know, creativity might not be necessarily my strong suit, but taking good criticism is. Anyway, I will see you all in the next one. Probably not tomorrow, it's Sunday. Sunday is irrefutably my day. And if I do, it'll probably be later in the afternoon.